What's in everyone's boots and plans? Tastic palms drip red LED light. Surf's up, it's the beach, but it's very much night. The fog machine smells vaguely of brine, like the sea snuck in to kiss the wine. Someone's crying by the tiki bar. There's rum in the blood, isn't that bizarre? Mirrors whisper lies, the walls all grin. This is the party where we all fit in. Welcome to Asylum. Shoes off at the door. There's sand in the speakers. Secrets on the floor. We dance in circles that never end. Arguing with echoes we call our friends. Indo Beach party, lose your grip. Reality left, just let it slip. Sunglasses at night, lace swimsuits too. SPF rituals performed at 2. Someone swears the tide is coming in. It's the bartender mopping, but let them win. Prophecy scrawled on a napkin. Scrap me aware, the stranger in the yellow cap. 12 o'clock hits, the lights go red. Someone tries to scream, but faints instead. The baseline throbs like a nervous tick. The walls breathe out, insanity's quick. Just let it slip. I'm not jealous, she laughs to the king. The tide came in, told me everything. The waves are playing drums on the sand. The fish are jamming with a hot jazz band. A clown fights a mirror, loses the bout. Winds he flies in, then storms back out. The sand rearranges, the lights all flicker. The DJ yells, this is gonna get sicker. It's a mad beach party at the asylum. The snacks on fire, you have to try some. We dance till the prophecies blur to dust. Smile at fate because laughing's a must. Indo Beach party, close your eyes. Bring your gothic fashion to win a prize. At dawn the sand is swept away. The palm trees fold, the lights go gray. But tonight, before we say farewell, next month's theme is 80s in hell. shiny glowing, but the cracks are showing. You got me coming and going, and I'm on the run, knowing the new year's come. Seconds ticking like a gum, and that load in the drum. Fireworks in my chest,
heart beating out of my ribs. Every promise I kept, every lie that I lived.
toast raised high, but the glass half shattered. All these next year dreams, but don't know what mattered.
Climbing up while I'm sliding back. Last year on my spine like a splintering crack.
Countdown loud, but my thoughts go faster. Trying to outrun my past like I'm chasing disaster.
Hands on the clock, but I'm punching the face. Trying to bend time, rewrite my mistakes.
10, 9, breath caught in my lungs. If I don't change now, then the past already won.
New year, no scars, same fire inside. Still bleeding ambition, but not letting it die.
When the ball drops low, when the sky splits wide,
Not wishing anymore,
I'm stepping over the line.
New year, new me, new true fight. Done counting days, I'm igniting the night.
If I fall, let it be forward and let it be loud. I'm not bowing to the clock, I'm breaking it now. Confetti in my hair, but the weight still heavy. All these ghosts in my head yelling, you ain't ready. Resolutions written in the language of regret. Ink fades fast when the pressure hits the pen.
I've been sprinting in circles, calling it growth. Chasing the highs just to choke on the slow.
Every lesson learned came wrapped in pain. Every win felt hollow when it wasn't sustained. But listen, I survived every year that was supposed to end me. Every almost moment, every fake friendly. So if the future's knocking, tell it I'm home. Door wide open, waiting on my own
No
throne.
more waiting on a sign, I'm the signal now.
No more hoping for a break, I break limits down.
I was built in the pressure and there ain't no doubt.
That's last year's cage, I'm clawing my way out. Hear it echo in my skull. I don't need luck, I need momentum and blood.
New year,
Same heart, but it beats more aware. Still sharp, still scarred, still breathing the air.
I'm done hiding from mirrors, done drowning in doubt. When the numbers all change, I'm changing my route.
New year, no fear, let the old flames burn. Every loss was a lesson, every lesson earned.
When the clock strikes zero and the silence is done,
I don't wait for tomorrow, it's mine, I won.
like what? New year, new start, same fire inside. Still bleeding ambition, but not letting it die.
When the ball drops low, when the sky splits wide,
Not wishing anymore, I'm stepping over the line. New year, new me, new fight. Done counting days, I'm igniting the night.
if I fall, let it be forward and let it be loud. I'm not bowing to the clock, I'm breaking it now.
Truth on my tongue. If this is madness, why does it fit? The glass remembers me, I don't remember it. What made it crack? We haven't met. My reflection keeps mouthing answers to questions I haven't asked yet. It's rude like that. Blood on the roses, pain on the floor. I've been through the looking glass, can't find the door. Clock hands melting, molting on the wall. Time sheds skins when no one's looking at all. The rabbit says hurry, the rabbit says wait. The rabbit is late because late is a place. Tick tock, bleeding clock, bleeding time eating mine. I stepped sideways and fell up. The truth looked down and blinked. I'm not lost, I'm everywhere at once. Glass in my hands, truth on my tongue. If this is madness, why does it fit? Why can't I remember the hit? You're fine, you're chosen, you're cracked, you're broken. The shards are singing the light you own. Someone keeps knocking from inside my bones. Faith used to be a straight line, now it's a spiral staircase with missing steps and laughter underneath. The voices answer with sharpened teeth. The queen says my heart is guilty of doubt. Off with its halo, she's screaming it now. I'm not lost, I'm everywhere at once. Glass in my hands, truth on my tongue. If this is madness, why does it fit? I can't play, but I can't quit. I stitch my reflection from shards and lace. Every smile a borrowed face. The floor screams and listens, the ceiling lies. My thoughts spill over the dawning rise. Off with the head, she says, smiling wrong. But which one? I have spares along. I'm not broken, I'm refracted. Truth sounds different when it's strangled. If reality's whole, explain the seams. If I'm not asleep, why do I dream? Tea stains on prophecy, sugar cubes full of shame. The queen weighs hearts like fruit, mine bruises at its name. I'm not lost, I'm everywhere at once. Glass in my hands, truth on my tongue. If this is madness, why does it fit? Something broke it, the cracks are split. Drink me, no. Bleed me, no. Believe me, do I dare? The future leaks backward into mine through shattered mirrors. I'm lost in time. I already remember how this ends. Message echoes in my head. I see too much to be sane, not enough to be saved. Every fracture refracts the light. If this is madness, why does it keep being right? The glass stops cracking when I stop staring. The voices hush, but they're still there waiting. And somewhere between God and the grin, I almost remember who I've been. I almost believe when the noise goes thin, then the cracks start singing again. I've always been good at finding things that don't want to be found. Be mine.
shooter.
voices there and softened every name. Still the rivers know my footsteps, my tears echo in the rain. I'll come home with tales etched on my face and stories left untold, to lay them down where I began, carve my songs in old stone walls. Oh, the road is long and the world is wide, but it bends as roads all do. And every stop of me now still points me back to you. So I'll keep faith with the coming dawn and the promise
and betrayed. So we wait for the moon and the tidal malaise. Blackboards on the sand, wax pale as bone. We surf where the damned feel perfectly at home. Salt in our boots, doom in our hearts. Fangs in our smiles, we surf after dark. The ocean knows secrets, it hums them in key. It whispers are immortal and looks straight at me. Welcome to the Vampire Surf Club, dear, where the waves are cold and the moon is near. No sun, no tan, no saving grace, just black lip laughs and a riptide embrace. We ride the dark till the dawn draws blood, dancing on water like it's solid enough. So bare your fangs, grab the tide you love. Welcome to the Vampire Surf Club. Moonlight shimmers like cheap silver rings. The sea's wearing sequins and terrible things. Bioluminescence stains our wake like the ocean's bleeding for old time's sake. The fish glide by tipping phantom hats, dressed to kill with aquatic spats. Someone wipes out with theatrical flair. Am I dead? Not yet. Shane, carry on, dear. Darling, if you're gonna drown, do try to make it entertaining. Welcome to the Vampire Surf Club, dear, where the waves are cold and the moon is near. No sun, no tan, no saving grace, just black lip laughs and a riptide embrace. We ride the dark till the dawn draws blood, dancing on water like it's solid enough. So bare your fangs, grab the tide you love. Welcome to the Vampire Surf Club. At sunrise, dramatic and late, wrap ourselves in towels like cloaks of fate. Run for the shade, block out the light. We'll come back to the beach tomorrow night. Welcome to the Vampire Surf Club, friend, where the night has fangs and refuses to end. No faith, no fear, no dryland trust, just salt, silk waves and delicious disgust. We carve our names in the moonlit foam, call the undertow our second home. So laugh all in, give up the sun. The Vampire Surf Club's just begun.
eyes burn, hold tight. Base breathe, skin close, won't sharp. Moving slow, no talk, just pull. Need circle in the room, you felt it before. I don't want your soul, just to fight a night.
Me drink the
Moment till the world goes white. In the
dark, we blur skin desire. Lose yourself here. Feed the fire.
shadows dark, pulse loud, breath heavy in the crowd. Don't rush, wait, don't think.
Hunger burns, blood sings. You step close, I let you in.
Nothing said, we both want this. Reality slips when the beat hits deep.
I don't promise dawn, I promise heat. I don't leave marks, you feel my teeth.
Come closer, don't resist. This is where the feeling lives. Come closer, don't resist. This is where the feeling lives.
Turn the lights red, let the night decide. Pulse on pulse till the world runs dry. Touch like danger, sweet and slow. Lose control, let the hunger grow. Turn the lights red, let the night decide. Pulse on pulse till the world runs dry. Touch like danger, sweet and slow. Lose control, let the hunger grow. Watch, wait, lean in close.
edge of the city where the concrete sweats. Street lights flicker like dying breaths. People pass through each other, our eyes switched off. Empathy buried in the chalk line coffin. I bet I'm in the alleys that never could care. Lost names, lost love, lost prayers. Lost friends to the gutter, love to the blade. Every memory tastes like iron and rain. Breathing in pain is my second tongue. Bruises and breaks for the things I've done. Hunger and habit when the post got weak. Instinct bled raw in the bloody streets.
On the edge of the world I stand alone. Rain cuts lines through the moon like broken chrome. If there's life in the blood I refuse to waste. I'll feed on the night to not be erased.
Watch kindness to starve in the shit. Watch souls get traded for a drug haze hit. Tasting lost me metallic and sleep turns hope into something you learn not to speak or die young. Just kept going on. Still running ahead of the dawn. Streets taught lessons no book could give. How to lose everything and still choose to live. On the bridges the bass still pounds like a second heart beneath the ground. It's a post beneath all the decay. A reason to rise when the sun won't stay. I've died more times than the clock will say. Still standing soaked in the acid rain. But the night keeps calling my names, I answer back.
I'm not afraid, I won't fade, I won't fret. There's venom in the veins. There's fire in my blood from the sewer. Song beat to the fractured sky. I choose the night, I choose to survive.
They said that the dark would hollow me out, but I learned how to live when the light fades out. If I walk forever just out of the dawn, the faith I kept still keeps me strong. Call it hunger,
Call it will,
call it something that
won't be killed.
I don't need heaven, I
Don't need grace,
just motion, meaning.
time and space.
Hope reflects through jagged scars and cuts with hundreds of fractured shards. The sound of glass cracking but breaks my mind. The mirror still shatters 100 times. Hey.
Rain cut skin, moonlight glass.
I don't remember what he asked. Blood moves, night listens. Forever I refuse.
I die before I don't stay down. There's rhythm in the veins. There's words unfound. Even here where the skyline bleeds, I hang on by my claws and teeth bleed.
On the edge of the world, under broken light, I walk forward, still through endless the crowd like thunder, shaking haters from my bones. Every doubt becomes a weapon on my way to claim the throne. 'Cause I bleed for redemption, fight through the tension, sweat just like a promise I refuse to forget. Yeah, I rise from the wreckage, pain is my message. I'm taking back the belt they swore I never get. I'm breaking the odds, I'm breaking the odds. Victory is how I breathe. Standing tall within the chaos, I'm the storm you'll never beat. Take my victory, I leave your pride in ashes from my heat. 'Cause I bleed for redemption, fight through the tension, sweat just like a promise I refuse to forget. Yeah, I rise from the wreckage, pain is my message. I'm taking back the belt they swore I never get. I'm breaking the odds, I'm breaking the odds. Victory is how I breathe. Now I'm standing in the spotlight with the fire in my veins. Every heartbeat is a war drum that'll shake the whole domain. I've walked through every nightmare, turned the fear to sharpened steel. If the world wants me to break, then I'll show it how I heal. All the scars they try to brand me with, the trophies that I've earned. Every enemy that doubted is a lesson I burned. You can throw me to the darkness, I'll still rise on my own feet. 'Cause the harder that you push me, the more savage my heart beats. I'll fall for my redemption, forge through the tension. Where you see an ending, I see fuel beneath my feet. From the ashes of the wreckage, I deliver my message. I claim the belt they swore that I could never meet. I'm breaking the odds, I'm breaking the odds. And victory is how I breathe.
I don't bleed red, I bleed regret. Every sin I can't forget. Sin tastes sweet when shame runs dry. I drink it down to stay alive. Inside it's cold, but I still move. Still dancing in the mirror's groove. Feet on dark, feet on blame. I hear the shadows sing my name. Neon lights keep me awake. Dancing keeps the world ablaze. If I stop, the voices whisper so move. Every step's a quiet scream. Every laugh's a broken thing. I let the bass erase my past. Let the rhythm hold me fast. Hands reach close but never near. They want the shape, not what's here. I give them motion, smoke and skin. Not the war I'm drowning in. Hunger hums behind my teeth. Blood is boiling underneath. Sorrow's currency I pay. Spend myself night after day. I'm dead inside, but I still move. Dancing like I need to prove. Feeding on the darkest flames. The only fire that remains. Neon lights baptize my skin. Blur the edges where I've been. If I move, the silence stays, so I sway. I don't pray, I don't scream. God doesn't haunt the in-between. I haunt myself, I haunt the floor. Counting steps, not wanting more. Shadow girl in ultraviolet. Alive enough to stay the violence. If I'm hollow, let it shine. Empty still looks good at night. Inside is cold, but I still move. Still bleed truth through borrowed clues. I feed on guilt, I feed on loss. Every step another cost. Neon lights don't let me fade. Grief not forgot, slightly delayed. If I stop, I fall apart. So I'm dancing in the dark. When the music dies, I freeze. Another ghost on shaking knees. Until then, watch me pray. It's keeping everything this is what I do. I'm chasing the sound of my name in the sky. I won't slow down, I won't ask why. Every scar tells me I will thrive. I didn't come this far just to survive. No matter how hard the climb has been, I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna win. Burn maps, both steps, eyes ahead. I don't blind follow the words they said. Every wall that blocked me taught me how to find a door or break one down. I turn the pressure into proof. I turn this pain into my truth. And get in my dream, 'cause everything and everything is waterproof. I'm chasing the sound of my name in the sky. I won't slow down, I won't ask why. Every scar tells me I will thrive. I didn't come this far just to survive. No matter how hard the climb has been, I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna win. I lost the one thing I couldn't replace. Loved you once, but you turned away. I carry the echo, but I buried the flame. I promised myself I never love the same. If I lock my heart, I don't feel the fall. I don't lose control, I don't lose it all. I chose my dream and chose to mend, and I won't ever let myself break again. I'm chasing the sound of my name in the sky. Even with the cracks, I still reach high. I walk on my own, but I stand tall. I build my strength from losing it all. I'm not backing down for pride or sin. I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna win.
Black lace at high noon, tragedy chic. Boots in the sand, SPF mystique. Seagulls stare like we broke a law. Wheel parasols like the sun's outlaw. Eyeliner melting? Absolutely not. We plan for this heat like a ritual plot. Lace bells bloom like funeral flowers. We own the shade, these are our hours. Gods on the beach, dressed for waves, dancing in shadows the sun can take. Stay pale, stay cool, stay existential. Under black umbrellas, non-negotiation. Ocean screams and we hiss back. Worship the dark in funeral black. Gods on the beach, don't stare too long. We melt in the mist if you play the wrong song. Fishnets drying on driftwood thrones. Bluetooth speaker chanting funeral tones. Someone brought candles, someone brought wine. Someone's complaining the sand is too alive. Sunscreen white like ritual paint. Applied with care, devotion restraint. No, I'm not hot, we lie with grace while replying SPF to our face. Gods on the beach, hiding in plain sight. Waiting for sunset like a vamp from night. Stay jaded, whimsy but bleak. Laughing at joy but tragically chic. Waves crash like drums in a melt wet track. Salt streak tear, don't bleach the black. Gods on the beach, pale and proud. Existential dread but make it loud. Doom in our hearts, wave sounds like Sims just falling apart. We sip iced coffee, stare at the tide. Sunburn is a myth we're gonna deny. Sunglasses large like emotional walls. We brood with drama over pink beach balls. The sun keeps flirting but we're on guard. Text in the moonlight, miss you regards. Gods on the beach, ceremonial chill. Funeral attire with a summer thrill. Black lipstick, frozen treats. Dancing barefoot to morosing beats. When night arrives, we finally glow. Moonlight kisses what sun can't know. Gods on the beach, whimsical so doom. See you at dawn. We'll bring the gloom. Da-da-da-da. If the sun asks why we hide, tell her we're dead inside. a spat. Now we stand upon the wreckage. Who the hell can handle that? There's blood on the streets and venom in our creed. Every champion in this circle claws their way to be the lead. We tear through the chaos, we rise through the heat. We're the monsters, we're the legends, and we'll never taste defeat.
Giving up all that you're made of don't make you real to the one you love. There's no kindness in visions, just shadows and spite, echoes of heartbreak alone in the night. Wearing graffiti like a victory lap, never surrender, just pick up the scraps. One look, a promise like her final song, then drag down to howling in darkness and gone. The words all dissolve with the promise betrayed. The shadow of hope lay bleeding away. Giving up all that you're made of, still a ghost to the one you love. Love cuts deep, then fades away fast, drowning in ruins that never could last. No wings to lift you, no hand to save. A tide drags you slowly back into the grave. Your voice falls silent, the shadows are liars, lingering ash from a dying fire. Giving up all that you're made of, just a ghost to the one you love.
with love, done with you, done believing it was ever true. Don't ask my heart to wake or yearn. That door is locked, the key won't turn. I dance for eyes, not hands, not trust. Painted smiles, control us. Look all you want, just understand. Behind the smile is the hollow land.
White roses that would borrow red. OF with the truth, crown the thread. Voice pretends to care, swears to stay, but keep on to whoever wants a game to play. Mad as hats, but sane enough to see devotion to just another bluff. Every vow is says it's just a stage and lit. I won't bleed real for a counterfeit. I try to pray, the words feel thin. They taste strange when hope wears in. So I fold it, feeling neat and clean. Put it somewhere it won't be seen.
I'm done with love, done with touch. Done pretending it matters much. Don't reach for me, don't ask my name. I'm not your cure, I'm not your flame. I dance for eyes, not hands, not trust. Painted smiles, control lust. Want me frozen, want me cruel. That's the cost of keeping cool.
Mirror, mirror, nothing there. Just powdered skin and vacant stare. If I feel nothing, I can't fall. If I don't care, you can enthrall. No more hearts, no more vows, no more then, only now. Wonderland, burn ashes, need. I learn chase a humming heartbeat I misplaced somewhere before. Maybe in a mirror, maybe on a cellar floor. Silver smiles drift by with hands too cold to hold. They whisper, stay awake, child, sleep will make you old. And the hour starts to ripple, bending soft around my side. All the colors run together like they're trying to take flight. Down the ink-spun midnight, along the trembling thread, where a mad voice stutters secrets I can't keep out of my head. Something sweet is calling from the cracks beneath the street. I know I shouldn't answer, but I can't resist that beat. The crimson hour masquerade takes me to undone, but I'm drifting through wonderland. I can't run. There's a rabbit in the stairwell with a watch that bleeds the hour. He says time's a fragile creature and it's tasty to devour. The dancers in the mirror keep moving out of sync, and the more I try to focus, the more I start to shrink. My head is getting lighter, soon the wind will blow it whole. A tidbit for some darkened thing that says it ain't my soul. And the hallway tilts sideways, though I'm sure it's not the floor. The heartbeat whispers, you don't need me anymore. Down the ink-spun midnight, along the trembling thread, where a mad voice stutters secrets I can't keep out of my head. Something sweet is calling from the cracks beneath the street. I know I shouldn't answer, but I'm dancing to its beat. The crimson hour masquerade takes me to undone, but I'm drifting through wonderland. I can't run. Teacups tipped overflowing with a color I can't name. The roses nod politely as they call me to my game. Every door is locked or laughing, every key is made of teeth. I swallow one to quiet all the voices underneath. Teacups brim with secrets, all laced in ruby light. Something warm and hungry traces patterns on the night. And I can't quite remember when the clocks began to bleed. Was it love or was it hunger that carved this burning need? Down the ink-spun midnight, where the crooked hours wait, I unravel just to linger at the edges of my face. Something sweet is calling, and I think I finally see. It isn't night I'm losing, it's the last of what was me. Blood-warm delights in a world come undone, but this wonderland is home. know you were. In the city dressed in ash and light, where love goes missing overnight. One heartbeat on my soul and goes. You found me where the dark erodes. No prayers left, no gods to trust, just ruin, velvet, blood and dust. Then you look straight through my disguise and name the dark behind my eyes. No well-spoken, no whispered prayer. You stayed when nothing else was there. You are the sin I won't deny, the truth I'd kill to keep alive. No heaven waits, no hell beneath, just us till time forgets to bleed. We speak in glances, slow and sharp. Breathe the silence, mark the heart. Every flaw you trace like fate, every scar you consecrate. If worlds collapse, if stars go blind, I'll carve your name in what's behind. Let empires burn, let eras end. I don't need time, I have you then. No faith required, no gods above. I trust you more than light or love. You are the sin I won't deny, the blade I bear to touch the sky. No mercy left, no need to breathe, just us till time forgets to bleed. When death comes slow and dressed in white, I'll meet it laughing in the night. Strip the flesh, erase the past. We know that this was made to last. Eternity breaks. We break it back. You are the dark I choose to wear, the vow I keep beyond despair. Let stars burn out, let silence speak. I'll love you past what time can keep. When clocks are red and gods are gone, I'm still your leaf to breathe. can rain, 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 make it be alright. I can rain, 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 all my day, all day. losing to whispers in my brain. Every weakness is their prey. What makes me human bleeds away. Take my soul, I'm done with the light. Delirium drowns me in deathless night. My mind is a mirror, cracked and torn. Sermon madness, bound and sworn. Sinking deeper and torn from grace. A hollow scream, this is my fate. Take my soul, I'm done with the light. Delirium drowns me in deathless night. My mind is a mirror, cracked and torn. Sermon madness, bound and sworn. Sinking deeper and torn from grace. A hollow scream, this is my fate. Save her, take me. Save her, break me.
soul.
Counted by shadows, siren lullabies, disappearing in concrete and cold. Hungry laughter never touching the eye, sleep standing, pray get sold. Learn to vanish, empty escapes. Learn to smile, bleeding inside. Keep their voices buried away. They come, they go, they never stay. I want bruises like currency, spent it fast. Everyone I loved learned how to leave. Grief stands like unpaid rent that past lostness in your chest like a thief. Pull from the dirt, dressed in velvet and sin. Everything I touch turns bright. Nothing gets in. Nothing gets in. Something beautiful leaned down and mistook me for salvage. Whatever loved me did it wrong. Cold hands getting. There's power in being watched when you're already gone. I survived long enough to be an expensive pawn. I dance because I keep moving on the night, so it won't own me alive enough to be something to watch. Too dead to feel it, too numb to be free. Only the walls know my real name, they whisper it when the doors are locked. Predators play an honest game, no lies survive once the prey is caught. I died once and it stuck, everything after is just good lighting. Sanity is a rumor started by reflections. Desire only lasts while you're adored. I learned that from watching what the night rewards. The girl I was wouldn't recognize me. The thing I am remembers her perfectly. Pulled from the dirt, dressed in velvet and sin. Everything I touch turns bright. Nothing gets in. If you see me bleeding, mind your business. If you see me smiling, it's muscle memory. That's just how I remember I'm still here. I forgot how living is supposed to feel. weather. Let them bruise me, let them pass. Worn 1,000 borrowed faces, left them in the dust and glass. The world calls it survival. I call it learning how to wait. I do not offer hope or mercy. I walk time barefoot with no trace. I have walked where the dark remembers, when the seasons have no names. I was never meant for lasting dreams. The nightmare shadows stay. Then you rose like fate, forbidden, soft as hunger, sharp as truth. Out of all I've never chosen, I believe I've chosen you. I saw beasts dream themselves to ashes, heard oceans forget their names. I have watched devotion turn to rot and rot, pretending to be faith. There are rules older than kindness. I have broken them all twice. I loved once, if you can call it what I wish not to destroy. I don't promise warmth or shelter. I don't swear by angels' light. If you stand within my orbit, then you stand inside the night. I have walked where the dark remembers, when the seasons have no names. I was never meant for lasting dreams. The nightmare shadows stay. Then you rose like fate, forbidden, soft as hunger, sharp as truth. Out of all I've never chosen, I believe I've chosen you. Let the past cry out in warning. Let the future look away. I have ended worlds for lesser sins than wanting you to stay. If this wanting ruins something, if it bends what should be straight, then come undone, then stay undone. That's this eternity's fate. Say my name like you've no fear, like you already know the cost. But you don't flinch when I say forever. I don't mourn what I have lost. I have walked where the dark remembers, when the seasons have no names. I was never meant for lasting dreams. The nightmare shadows stay. Then you rose like fate, forbidden, soft as hunger, sharp as truth. Out of all I've never chosen, I believe I've chosen you. In a world that dies and rises just to teach us we don't know, you are my dark, unholy light, and I will keep you close. When the last light was before. chains, dressed in silent flames. Her touch is a prisoner